Hi everyone. Welcome to my 1K celebration reading sprints. Actually, oops. Let me just check and make sure that everything is functioning. Hold on. Please hold. Okay. YouTube audio is okay. And then it's just me today, which I haven't done a solo sprint in more than a month because in August we did the weekly reading sprint for Akdang Pinoy, and that was with Kat and with Pam Shenanigans. So I haven't had a solo sprint sesh in a while, and it's kind of awkward now. Like, who do I talk to? I don't have anyone to talk to. At least someone that like also on screen with me. So hold on, give me a minute, and I will just share this on the socials and everything. Like you know the drill. So just give me a second. Okay. In the meantime, if you're gonna be reading with me, I would love to know what you guys are planning to read. I I'm doing a reading vlog right now, and that is what's deciding essentially what I'll be reading for the next until like the weekend. So my fate is in this like wheel of names that I did, and it picked a very difficult book for me today. And I'm sure you could see it. Um, I'm sure you could see it in the screen right now, what I'm going to be reading. If you have read this book, let me know because I'm afraid. But I do think I'll like it because I usually enjoy literary historical fiction type of books. So I do think I'll like it. I'm just afraid because it's so thick and the pages are so long, so or not so long, like the font on the pages are so small that each page is actually longer than it looks. Does that make sense? I don't know if that made sense, but yeah, I'm just sharing this right now on Discord. Hold on, almost done. Okay, yeah, I think that's all done. Okay. Hi everyone, I'm back. I am present. I'm here. So let me see. Oh, lots of people are in the chat already. Okay, hold on. Hi Nana. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like I was actually so surprised. Was like I was hovering in the 980 something for the past couple of weeks. And then yesterday I was at like 992 and I'm like, oh, what's going on? So I just shared my link again to a bunch of different like discords that I'm a part of. I shared it a little bit on Instagram. And then I woke up today and there's like 1,001 of you. Like 1,001, I don't know, Dalmatians. That was my first thought when I saw the number, like 1,001 Dalmatians. But yeah, I'm so grateful. I know I haven't been as active on YouTube as I am on Instagram, but I'm trying. Like I have two videos now that I am in the middle of editing, so I can like schedule something weekly, but we'll see. We'll see. Hi, Boa. Thank you so much. This is really like, I mean, I'm not like super duper, I need to get to this number, but it's always like nice to see some sort of like milestones and the things that I do. I mean, this is a hobby for me, so I'm not really shooting for anything, but it's nice to celebrate still. Thank you, Louis. I hope you do. Well, speaking of giveaway, so I posted about a 1,000 subscriber giveaway when I hit 1,000 subscribers on Instagram, and I said that giveaway will end once I get to 1,000 on YouTube, and that time is now. It took a while, but we got there in the end. So I will just go through the first couple of chats, and before we get into the first reading sprint, I'm gonna pick the winner for one of the two Philippine local giveaway because I have three prizes, two Philippine resident prizes and one international prize. So I'm gonna do that like throughout the reading sprints today. But if you're not gonna be here, it's fine because I'm just gonna message you on Instagram anyway. But I thought it would just be fun to like do the roulette spin the wheel thing during the sprints. Hi Kyra, thank you so much. Oh, you're reading Open Water by Caleb Azuma Nelson. I really love this book. It took me a while actually to get into it. I started reading this and then after like 50 or no, like 40 pages, I stopped reading it. And then I picked it up again like months later and reread it. And I enjoyed it a lot more. I feel like you need to be in a certain mood or like mindset to read this because it is in second person. So it can be quite confusing, but it also hard hitting because it's second person POV. But yeah, I really enjoyed this one. I hope you're enjoying it. It's a very sad book, in my opinion. Hi, Mark. Welcome to the sprints. I'll just join one round though, since I'm gonna be on site tomorrow. So that means I gotta wake up at 5. 5 a.m. is rough. But thank you for still joining us for even just one sprint. Hi, Tita D. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Mark. Do we have like, no, no, I thought we had like two marks, but it's the same mark. Nana is going to be reading Catabasis. Catabasis? Cataba. Okay. I think I remember her saying it Catabasis on the video. And she also said that she doesn't really care what it's pronounced. I mean, people understand, like the meaning doesn't change if you change the pronunciation. So it doesn't really matter. So I'm just going to say Catabasis. Oh, you're in chapter 5, but I'll reread because I want to take notes. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I am still waiting for my copy because I did get the broken binding edition. Initially, I pre-ordered the like the deluxe edition, whatever it's called, like the one that everyone's getting right now. But then I saw the broken binding one and I fell in love with the cover design and the alternate cover. And I was like, I need this in my life. So I pre-ordered that, canceled this one. And that has shipped already. So I'm hoping that it will get to me within the next 2 weeks because I want to read Katabases so bad. But how are you finding it, Nana? Is it as difficult as some people are saying? Is it just okay? Is it like similar-ish to Babel, whatever it's pronounced? Hi, Pam. The other Pam. So many Pams. Congratulations for 1K. Thank you so much. The second person POV made that book more intense. Yes, this is what I was talking about. The second person POV, I think that's why I didn't enjoy it at first because I was like, this is way too much. But when I was in a better space, headspace when I read it the second time, and I loved it even more. Hi, Kat. Do you want to go on sprints with me? For reference, this is Kat who has been sprinting with me for the last 5 weeks. So it's a bit weird just seeing you now on the comments and not on screen with me. Thank you, Tita D. Thanks, Kat. Okay, I'll be reading Die. Okay, but I have to write a review for Narco Cristo. Let me know what your thoughts are on Die because I've been hearing mixed things about it. Hi, June. Reprieve by James Matson. Is that a thriller? It sounds like a thriller. Let me search it on Storygraph. Reprieve. James Matson. James Han Matson. It's a horror fiction. Ooh, it's also queer. Interesting. Ooh, okay, I'll read about this in a bit. Hi, Germs. Thank you. And hopefully you are awake for your morning routine because I know it's super early for you. Thank you for joining us, even though it's like 5 in the morning or something crazy for you. 4,000 watch hours next. I'm so far away from it though. I'm like at for those who are not like making YouTube videos, 4,000 watch hours is the threshold that you need to reach to get monetized. So you have to have 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. And I think I'm at like 2,900 or something. So it's kind of far off. We'll see. I'm actually thinking of doing more sprints even during like earlier in the day, just to hang out more and also get more watch hours. But we'll see. Those are like the behind the scenes of YouTube. Boy is going to be reading between here and there and all the lonely people, but I might finish some IG posts and reviews too. As always, Poa has a lot that she wants to do. I am like Poa is so productive during the sprints, you guys. I will finish Ibang Katawan by Leanne Berlongan. Ooh, this is Kat's favorite poet, I think. Is this a poetry collection? I'm one of your avid viewers and subscribers. Thank you so much. I know you always engage with my Instagram posts and also you're usually on the sprints as well. So super grateful for that. Pasok ko sa international prize. I've been listening to The Road Trip by Beth O'Leary. Oh, is this a romance? Isn't Beth O'Leary like a popular romance writer. What day they plan on going to MIBF next week? So MIBF is Manila International Book Fair, and I plan to go on the 13th, on Saturday. That's when a lot of people are also going. Lots of book events are happening, like author events are happening as well. So I'm gonna be there on Saturday. So hopefully, if anyone's gonna go to MIBF as well, hopefully I see you there. Always grateful for the spreads because it's the only time I really lock in, as they say these days. Well, I'm glad to be hosting the sprints. I'm rereading C by Bob Ong for Book Buddies Book of the Month. Discussion is on September 6th. Yes, I also need to read this book. So I think I'm going to start this tomorrow. Or I might read it for, actually, no, that's too late. I think I'm going to read this tomorrow. Oh, that's too bad. I think I can't go on the 12th because I have another thing that I'm going to, and I also have work. See you sa 13th? Yes, yes, we are gonna confuse the heck out of Sunday again. Okay, so those are all of the comments. Thank you so much, you guys. Okay, let's now go to an exciting part, which is picking out the first winner. So let me just share. Okay, did you guys see it? There you go. So these are all the people who joined the 1K giveaway, but for the Philippine resident edition. So I am gonna pull out. So the first prize is a set of 3 books. So the first winner is gonna get all 3 books. So they're gonna get Plot Twist. This is a collection of short stories, poetry, photographs from emerging authors here in the Philippines, and it's edited by Betita de Guzman. And this is partially signed. I mean, I went to the launch event, and not everyone was there. Not all of the authors were there or contributors. So I didn't get to have them all sign it, but it's signed by a lot of people. So you're gonna get that, and I'm also gonna give the Kingdom Kingdom of, what's the name of this series? Not Kingdom Hearts. That's a different game. I forget the name of the series. Kingdom of Cards, I think. Kingdom of Cards. So the Kingdom of Cards duology. So this is written by Janela Angeles, and this is also a Filipino author. I'm not sure if Filipino American. I'm not 100% sure, but I think she's a Filipino author as well. And I read this years ago, and I love this book so much. This reminded me a lot of Moulin Rouge. It has that vibe, and this is a finished duology. So I'm gonna give you both of those, and this is just for Philippine residents for now because it's hard to ship internationally. So I am going to spin this wheel, and Kat says, "Buti wala si Obi," because Obi has been winning a lot of the giveaways. So he's not here right now, so he's not gonna win. Okay, let's see. Let's see who's gonna win. Let me do a little shuffling. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Jen, how do I go back? There you go. Jen won the giveaway. I do think that Jen has Plot Twist because, she's one of the contributors for this. So maybe I'm gonna ask her, but maybe she would like to waive this gift, this book, because she already has it. Obviously, she wrote one of the stories in there, one of the poetry and story in there. So I'm gonna message her first, and then maybe in the next sprint we can do a respin for the for Plot Twist, because I know that she has that already. But yes, congratulations, Jen. I'm gonna do a little sneak peek of the prize for the second winner. It's gonna be this one. I'm gonna pick it after the first sprint. So yeah, okay, just had like a brain fog moment. But yeah, that's the prize for the second winner. We'll do that in the next sprint. So yes, congratulations, Jen. I am gonna be messaging her. But for now, let us start. And oh wait, I haven't even told you what I'm gonna be reading. Oh my god, I'm so rusty at solo sprints. Okay, I am gonna be reading Demon Copperhead by Barbara Kingsolver. So this is a modern-ish not retelling really, but it's inspired by Charles Dickens's David Copperfield. And I just found out that it's also the winner of the Pulitzer Prize. Well, I don't really care too much about that, but yeah, this talks a lot about addiction, about people living in rural Appalachia in the States. Appalachia, I think it's how it's pronounced. But yeah, it's a rural area in the States, and it's known for having a lot of people addicted to opioids. So I'm curious about what this book is gonna do. I think it's gonna follow just one person, which I usually love. Like I love chunky historical fiction that just follows the life of one person or one family. So this might be right up my alley. But yeah, I am gonna be reading this one. Ooh, hi Paula, present for today. Thank you so much. We're just gonna be starting our first reading sprint. So if you're gonna be reading with us, let me know in the chat that you're gonna be reading. We can chat about it. We can chat about it in the break. But yeah, happy reading, everyone. I'll see you in 45 minutes. Hi everyone. How was the first reading sprint? Let me just put the mic. How was the first reading sprint? I made it to page 26 of Demon Copperfield or Copperhead. Not I'm mixing it up with David Copperfield. It's Demon Copperhead. And he's called like that because he has red hair, so Copperhead, and his name is Damon, but people call him Demon because in the place where he came from, they would give each other like nicknames and stuff. But anyway, I'm on page 26 and I am enjoying it. There's not a lot happening yet. It's a bunch of like setup. Although the first scene, like the very first scene of this book was graphic. Like if you do not like pregnancy stuff, the first scene is graphic about pregnancy. I'll tell you that much. But it's not like it's not vulgar or anything like that. It's just graphic in a way a pregnancy can be graphic, like a birth can be graphic. So yeah, so that was the first scene. That was intense. But now they're just getting into groove of getting to know Damon and getting to know the life that he's living, the people around him. This is like I enjoy this kind of storytelling where it's first person and it's like a diary entry in a way. Like he's basically telling you, oh, today we went here, today this person talked to me and I saw this and that. So it's very like listing out every single thing that's happening in his life so far. Um I suspect that that is pretty much the entire book, like just things that happened to him. So there's no foreshadowing or anything that's happening in the beginning, which I don't mind. It reads a lot like the Heart's Invisible Furies, although in the Heart's Invisible Furies, that has a little bit of foreshadowing because you know a little bit of what happened right at the very beginning. But yeah, that is my update. Let me just update the. I'm not gonna keep sprinting until I finish my book. I just want to track the pages that I read. So because it's gonna be a while if we wanted to finish this book. But yeah, how was your reading? How was everyone's first reading sprint? Let me just go through the comments that I didn't get to. Um, Cherry's here. Happy 1K. Thank you so much. Good evening to you as well. Hi, Vanna. Reading Penitence by Kristen Koval. Is this like a mystery? Penitence. Kristen Koval. So Penitence is a literary fiction. Ooh. For fans of Anne Patchett and Celeste Ng. Ooh, I like Little Fires Everywhere by Celeste Ng. When a shocking murder occurs in the home of Angie and David Sheehan, their lives are shattered. Desperate to defend their family, they turn to small-town lawyer Martin Dumont for help. But Martin isn't just legal counsel; she's also the mother of Annie's first love. Ooh, okay. There's like, is there like crime or like court related stuff in Penitence? Because I love it when we get court drama in the books that I'm reading. That's why I really loved Defending Jacob as well. Hi, congrats on my game. Thank you so much. Thank you for dropping by. Or if you're staying, let me know what you're gonna be reading. Oh, Koji's here. Late to the sprint, but I'm here. Wait, I forgot the timer. Let me do the timer. Late to the sprint, but I'm here. AP, Akdang Pinoy, Filipino Literature, and read ko tonight but can't disclose. I signed an NDA. Whoa, that is intense. But hopefully you're enjoying your book. Though you can't tell us what it's about. Congrats on 1K. Thank you so much, Koji. Obi's here. Joining tonight's sprint. What are you going to be reading, Obi? Let us know in the chat. And also, you're not in the giveaway, so you're not going to be taking away other people's prizes. This is like an ongoing joke right now in the Filipino book community because there has been a lot of giveaways and Obi has been winning a lot of them. So that's why we say that we should be banning him now from giveaways. Hi, Mai. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Are you going to be reading with us? Paula is not reading. Paula was working. But I read Human Acts. Oh my gosh, Acts is intense. Like that is just so sad. Sobrang sakit ng libro na to. Yes, that book is painful. I did a lot of research or reading after I read that book, like learning about Gwangju and the revolution that happened in there. And oh my gosh, it is so disheartening. And I also think if you go to Gwangju, there's like a museum for it as well. And yeah, just and the fact that that happened in the 1980s, right? 1980s, if I'm remembering it correctly, that happened in the 1980s. So imagine that's just 40 years ago. Oh my god, the 1980s are already 40 years ago. But it's such a very like recent history. Um, Very similar, to what's happening in the Philippines in the 1980s. Do not check what percent on like start. But now at 59%. Wait, what are you reading again, Germs? Did you tell us? Yeah, yeah, The Road Trip by Beth O'Leary. Okay, how is it? Actually, I have not checked that out on Storygraph. The Road Trip, Beth O'Leary. I think this is romance, right? Yeah, it is romance. Ooh, two exes reach a new level of awkward when forced to take a road trip together. Is this gonna be second chance? Because I love second chance romance. Let me know. Is this a second chance romance? Because if it is, I'm gonna be adding it to my TBR. Baka manalo pa rin si Obi. Obi might still win, is what he's saying, even though he's not in the list of the participants. We don't know. I wasn't able to read, but I did some work related stuff to prepare for my work shift later at 2 a.m. We'll be reading during the second sprint. Okay, that's fine. It's still like sprints are just perfect for focus time. Focus on chores, focus on work, focus on reading, whatever it is that you want to do. Preferably, something that is productive for you. Human Axe hurts. Yes, it hurts. Oh my gosh. It's such a tiny, tiny book. Like it's short. It's so tiny, but then it hurts so much. I'll go back and forth between work and reading The Castle School for Troubled Girls. Oh, is that literary or like fantasy? The Castle School for Troubled Girls by Alyssa Shinmel. Shinmel? Shinmel? It's contemporary mystery YA. Ooh. Okay, it's a dark psychological contemporary about a grieving teen sent to a mysterious boarding school where nothing is quite what it seems. It kind of reminds me of what's the Grady Hendrix that I read this year? Witchcraft for Wayward Girls. There's like it's not boarding school, but it's a home for pregnant women who do not want to be seen by society. But how you're liking that as well? Let us know. For penitence, they haven't reached the courtroom yet, so the legal jargon is kind of boring. Hope there will be a court scene. So far, it's a lot like Celeste Ng with the character explorations. Okay, so that's interesting because I also liked how Celeste Ng really goes deep into the multiple characters when I read Little Fires Everywhere. But I love courtroom drama, so hopefully it's a good one. Yes, 1980s recent. I know, right? So recent. Oh my gosh, the fact that like sometimes whenever I think about all of the awful things that happened in history, I think about them as history, like they happened centuries ago or something stupid like that. But then you look at the dates and it's like 1980s, 1940s, and I'm like, it's not that long. I mean, it's obviously years and years ago, but it's still within like who experienced those are still alive today. So crazy times. Working sprint for Kyra as well, but my current read is Bachman's My Grandmother. Can't speak. My grandmother asked me to tell you she's sorry. That sounds like such a sad book. Frederick Bachman just knows how to write a sad book. Like a very melancholic book. It's not even sad. It's not even like super tragic, but it's just sad. um I need to read Bear Town. Like I've read the first book. I need to continue that series, but I think I want to reread Bear Town before like reading the rest of it. But how you're liking that Bachman book? Koji, I agree. Also doing lots of research. Um, what are my MIBF plans? I plan to go on 2 days. So for sure, I'm gonna be going on a 13th because that's when everyone's going. Like all the bookish friends and a lot of like author events are happening on the weekends. So 13 is just my socialization day. So I don't have any plan. Like I'm just gonna let the wind or the crowd takes me where they want to go. So I'm just there to meet up with people. But on what's the 10th? The 10th is that a Wednesday? The 10th is a Wednesday. So I'm going to be going on the 10th or whatever the first day is. I think it's the 10th. Yeah. I'm going to be going on the 10th to do my shopping. I have a list. I have a list of like priorities, and yeah, I have this list on my phone of just some of the books that I want to get. Sort of like my priorities. Like if I find these books, I will definitely buy them during MIBF. But obviously, that's not always what happens. You always get sidetracked. But I'm hoping to at least get some of the things that are on my lists. In the international books, I have Dungeon Crawler Carl, Atmosphere, Natural Beauty, and then I also have Little Thieves, which is a fantasy series. And then for Filipino books, I have Daddy by Chuck Berry Pascual. I also want to get The Fallacy of True Love in physical format because I only have it as an ARC. And then I want to get stuff from what do they call this? Mil Flores, which I think is Even Ducks Get Liver Cancer is Mil Flores. So I have a bunch of stuff on my list. Kat read 40 pages of C, and Bob Ong's writing on this story is still one of my favorites ever. Is it like very different from what did he call his work? Like Aba nakakabasa pala ako, and bakit baliktad magbasa ng something. I'm forgetting the title. Oops, that is a timer, but we only have a few comments left, so I'll just read through all of them. Is it very different from that writing, or is it same that it's kind of humorous, but it's also, there's like an undertone of social commentary? No, it's like tough stuff mystery. Okay, okay, got it. Are you liking it though? Cat can continue with human accent and to be more emotionally stable. Yes, because it's really, it will make you feel a lot of things, especially with how each story like eventually connects. You're gonna be heartbroken. Boa took a shower and ate for the first sprint. Gonna read for real for the second sprint. Which one are you gonna prioritize? Because I think you mentioned two books, like the Kyra Isabel book and All the Lonely People. So which one are you gonna be reading first? Share the list. I will. I will post. I'm like finalizing my list, and I'll likely post it maybe over the weekend. This is just a bunch of books that I have had on my wish list but didn't want to buy at full price. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of like new releases on my list except for the Filipino books because some of them are releasing during MIBF. But yeah, I'll share it. I'll share it. I'm gonna be reading Dungeon Crawler Carl with my husband later this month when we go on vacation. I read one chapter and knew we needed to read it together. Like I am so excited for my Dungeon Crawler Carl experience. Like I availed of the 99 cents Audible like promo thing so I could get the first 3 books on Audible for like cheap. Because they said that the audiobook for Dungeon Crawler Carl is essential. Like it's vital to the reading experience. So I definitely want to listen to the audiobook while also reading the book. Like I know it's on Kindle Unlimited and I could read it now, but I think it would just be more fun to have it with the hardbound because hardbound is so beautiful. Like I love the design of the entire series for the hardbound. So I've been looking for the first book. They always have the second, the fourth, the fifth book in stock, but never the first book, which is annoying. But yeah, I'm gonna be looking for that during MMBF. Always still reading. The Woman Had Two Navels. I felt like Connie already grew additional two navel because of how slow I read. What chapter are you in? In Two Navels. It was definitely like I mentioned in my post about this book that Nick Joaquin just goes off the rails with everything. So sometimes it's kind of hard to get into it. But hopefully you're enjoying it. I had a lot of fun. Like while I was reading it, I wouldn't say I'm having fun, but after I read it, I reflected on it and then I really enjoyed it. Wait, I am going over the time. Hold on. Dinner din po ang natapos. Good job, everyone. Eating is productive. It's different. It's melancholic and more serious. It's kind of a family saga. Ooh, I like family sagas. Chapter 3. Okay, that is one of the more interesting chapters with the mother with La Vidal. So very, very excited for you. Hi, Kay. Welcome to the sprints. Thank you for always dropping your reminder. So everyone read this and remind yourself. Make sure to drink water, which I will do right now. Thank you, Sai. Thank you for dropping by. Koji highly recommends Nick Wakin's Cave and Shadows. It's more structured than The Woman Who Had Two Navels. Okay, I will take note of that. I had a copy of Dungeon Crawler Coral One, but I unhauled it last June. Why did I not see that? But anyway, I'm excited to I hope I find it. But if not, I'm just gonna order it at full price because whatever. But I hope I find it in MIBF. Okay, I am before we actually go into the next sprint, I'm gonna do the spin the wheel for the next prize. This is also again for Philippine residents only. So the next prize are this set of 3 books. So the first one is Even If This Love Disappears Tonight by Misaki Ichijo. So this is it's not romance, it's more literary, honestly, but I really enjoyed this one. It's also quite sad. Actually, not quite. It's very sad. It made me cry. And well, I didn't cry while I was reading it a little bit, just a little bit. But I know that it could make people cry. I've seen people really bawl over this book, and I tabbed it quite a bit as well. But yeah, this is one of the prizes, and I really enjoyed this one. But um, I do think that some people might benefit or like might enjoy reading this as well. This is Japanese literature. It feels a lot like a sad, quiet Japanese movie. You know those kinds. I know you know those kinds. And then I have The Night Ends with Fire by KX Song. So this is a fantasy book. This is the first book in a series. I don't know how many books in the series there's gonna be because I know that there's a second book. I haven't read the second book yet. I've only read this one, and I enjoyed it. First of all, it's quite difficult to read because of the way that there's like time jumping and whatnot. And the scenes jump a little bit too fast for me, but the last half of the book was so intense and so good. So I recommend reading this one if you're interested in like Chinese mythology. And I think the magic system here has a lot to do with Chinese mythology. It's also a Mulan retelling, or it's inspired by Mulan. The first part is a bit of a Mulan retelling, but the rest of it isn't. But yeah, The Night Ends with Fire. So this one, I really enjoyed it as well. And then the last one is Wayang Alimagnum by Joel Donato Ching Jacob. I actually have not read this one, but this is a YA book that focuses, oh, it has a bookmark as well. It's a YA book that reimagines Philippine agriculture with all of this mech inventions. Like you've got like agriculture inspired technology and robots and stuff, so it's bound to be interesting. And it's a very short read. It's also in Filipino, but it's like a very conversational type of Filipino. There's a bunch of like illustrations inside as well. So yeah, that is the next set of prizes. Oops. Next set of prizes. Let us see what nakakaiyak yan. Yes, this. A lot of people have cried over this. I know that. Saan naganap sa raffle? Pili ka soft block. Well, Obi, I announced it a few days after, like a few months ago, 2 months ago. It's been a while. To be fair, it's been a while when I announced that. Whenever I reach 1K on Instagram, that's when I announce the raffle, and it ends when I get 1K on YouTube, and it took a while. So I'm only now announcing the winners. But yeah, this is the next set of prizes. So let me just oh, wait. Let me go to the wheel of names again. Share this tab. Okay. Okay, so let's shuffle this again. So by the way, for the plot twist, Jen is still claiming the plot twist prize because she's gonna be donating it at her local free library cafe type of thing. So that's a really good initiative as well. My tabs just fell down the floor, but we're gonna ignore that. Okay, let's shuffle and see who wins the next set of prizes. Okay, and okay. Oh, oh, oh. The ultimate fangirl, Bianca, won the giveaway. I'm not sure if she's here, so I'm gonna have to message her as well. But yes, congratulations. I am gonna be messaging you on Instagram so you can claim your prize. But yeah, that is the last of the Philippine residents giveaway. After the next reading sprint, we're gonna do the international giveaway. Yeah. Thank you so much again for joining, and let us start the next reading sprint. So 45 minutes on the clock. Happy reading, everyone. I'll see you in a bit. everyone. Welcome back from the second reading sprint. How was that sprint for you? How was your book? How was your chores or whatever it is you were doing? If you ate dinner, how was it? I made it to page 52 of Neiman Copperhead, and I am enjoying it. It's starting to get really intense in the sense that I from the get go I knew that this would mean a lot of like shitty things are gonna happen to this guy, Demon Copperhead, and the shitty things are starting to happen. Um, he is born in a very difficult like situation with a mother who is a recovering addict and also like a father who was already dead. And so, things are the odds are were not never in his favor. And then the mother remarries and things just go to shit. So yeah, it's not a happy read for sure. But I am enjoying it in the sense that it's easy for me to pick it up and read it. And I'm also listening to the audiobook, so I am immersion reading it. Thankfully the audiobook was available. But yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. And I think this is the kind of book that I just sit down and like can't stop reading because that's how I was with other books like this. I keep on mentioning The Heart's Invisible Furies because that's like the most recent thing I've read that felt like this. So I think I'm gonna like this a lot. But yeah, that is me. Let's update my trackers. I'm at page 52. How about you guys? How was your sprint? Let's see. I think I missed a comment earlier about what Poa was reading. So yeah, Poa is reading Between Here and There by Kyra Isabel. I think is that the second book in the series? Or is between yeah, I think Between Then and Now is the first book. Let's see. Oh, hi Nor. Welcome to the sprints. Congrats to 1K. Thank you so much. I'll join for the next sprint. I'm currently reading Onyx Storm. Listen, how are you liking Onyx Storm? I don't want to say anything because obviously I don't want to influence your thoughts on this, but where are you in Onyx Storm and how are you liking it so far? My experience with Fourth Wing hasn't been as pleasant as I want it to be. Like, I loved Fourth Wing. I enjoyed that immensely. Like, it's not a perfect book, but I enjoyed that a lot. Like, I had so much fun reading that. And then Iron Flame and Onyx Storm is just going downhill for me since Fourth Wing. But I'll probably read the next book. I don't know when it's gonna come out. I don't know if there's any. I don't think there's any announcement yet. But I much prefer that. I think I much prefer her taking her time with the books because I feel like she's rushing it too much. But what are your thoughts so far? And hopefully you're enjoying it much more than I did. Um, yes, thank you so much, Kay. Hindi pa ako kapili ng next read. What is Oblicon book? I don't know that. But if you have options, choices, maybe you could let us know and then we could help you pick. Maybe. I don't know what Oblicon book means. Is that the name of a book? Randy is here. Hi, Randy. How are you? How many sprints are you planning to do today? So I just did the second sprint. I'm planning to do at least the usual 4 sprints. So I have 2 more sprints. But if a lot of you are still here and you all still want to read, I'm in a very like I'm in very much of a reading mood right now. So if after the 4 sprints we're still up for some reading, I think I could just keep on reading. We'll see. I also need to finish this book because I'm doing this for a reading vlog that I wanna finish by the end of the week or like by Saturday or Sunday. So I wanna get at least a couple more books after this one. So I need to like really read. Like I need to read in a major way. Sai says, congratulations to Bianca. Yes, so Bianca is the winner of our last giveaway. And I'm probably gonna give her the book. Actually, speaking of, let me see if she replied about when she wants to get the book. Winners, let's see. Oh, not yet. I'll let you know if she waives any of the books. Hi Joyce, thank you so much for dropping by and for the greeting. If you're gonna be reading it with us, let me know what you're gonna be reading. Lots of congratulations to the winners. Oh yeah, this was just me replying. Thank you so much for joining us or for dropping by. I'm super grateful that you have been joining our sprints every now and then. Hopefully, I get to see you in more sprints. Hello, Pam. How are you? I just got home, so I'm late to the 1K party, but I'm gonna be here for a while, at least for two more sprints. So if you're not too tired from traversing the Metro Manila and beyond, hope you can join us. I wanted to read more, but I still have to wake up early for my internship and need the rest after almost a week of my ear being in pain. I did read a few pages of Between Here and There, here and there. And kinilig na ako agad. I'm so excited to read Kyra Isabel's works. I'm probably gonna binge read it, like read it one after the other. Because I have the arc for the third book, so super excited for that. But hopefully you're feeling much better, Poa. I know that that thing has been troubling you for a while, so hopefully everything is all good now. And go rest. You need your sleep. Nana got to page 31. Thank you for today's reading sprint. I need to sleep because I have work later at 2. Good night, Nana. Thank you so much for dropping by. Make sure you set your alarms because 2 a.m. That's in a few hours. Sleeping sprint na gagawin ko. Thanks, Poa. Good night to you. Oh, germs is 61%. 12 hours later sa road trip papunta sa friend's wedding nila. And isa pinahitch nila, hindi pala invited. Ooh, that's drama because, weddings are always filled with drama. Are you liking it though? Because and wait, I don't think you answered me. Is it the second chance romance? Because I saw in the blurb that it's like two exes. Because I want to read more second chance romance. Pam is just gonna get ready for bed, but I might pick up Kwentong Bochero again until I fall asleep. I need to read Kwentong Bochero. I think I'm gonna try and squeeze that in for maybe next week before my BF. We'll see. Hi, Jen. Thank you so much for dropping by. Yes, I'm so happy. It's been a while. I've been hoping for 1K for a while, but it's finally here, and I'm so glad. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I missed watching your vlogs. I'm catching up. I'm in like major catch up mode with all of the booktubers that I love watching because I've been doing a lot of local events here, and that just left me no time at all to like watch my usual channels. So I just did my catch up of Sid's videos, Sid Bookworm. And I think I'm up to date. I think just have one more video of hers to watch, and I'm up to date, which I'm so happy. And then I have to watch Books with Lala, Jan Agatha, and so many booktubers that I love, but I just haven't had time to watch. And Jan is one of those. So make sure you head to Jan and check out her channel because she, especially now that the spooky season is coming, that's her vibe. So make sure to check out her channel. We read 10 pages. This is a packed read. Feels like I'm listening to a drunk uncle whose stories keep spiraling into more stories. Yes, exactly. That is exactly the vibe of Two Neighbors. Like, Nick Joaquin was probably like, I don't know, drinking or something while writing that because that is the vibes of the book. And he just jumps into so many different tangents. But I'm really loving it. Love Nick Cookins' ramblings. I know, and the way that he describes things, I love it. But it does take some getting used to. Hi, Blue. Thank you for blah. I can't speak. Thank you for joining us. What are you gonna be reading if you're reading? Tita D read 20 pages of Die during the second sprint. I'm really loving this. Intriguing world so far and interesting characters getting hooked with the plot. So, are you reading? This is like a novel, not a graphic novel, right? Um, yeah, I think it's a novel. I think I've already asked this question before to someone else. I need to like look this up. I've always seen this whenever we go to like the book fairs, but I don't know what it's about. And like I just remember the cover, but I have no idea what it's about. Department of Irregular Elimination by Just Villanova. Dystopian sci-fi. Okay. Okay. This I love dystopian stuff, so I'll probably check that out. Same thoughts with Empyrean series. Fortune was so good, and I ended DNFing Iron Flame. I was so close to DNFing Iron Flame because that book has no business being 700 pages long. 700 or like 800? Something ridiculous like that. It has no business being that long. And I think I read somewhere that that was supposed to be two books and then they smushed it into one, maybe because they were riding off on the high of Fourth Wing. And I think that was a mistake. I think a lot of people were turned off on Iron Flame. And I just pushed through it because I'm such a fucking completionist. But I don't know. I'm still debating whether or not I'm gonna read the next book after Onyx Storm. Oh, Jones is 66%. Obligations and contracts. Okay. So is this like a textbook or something for law students? Reading Mexican Gothic. How are you liking it? This has been on my TBR for since forever, but I can never. I don't know why I never commit to reading it. I meant Cuento Buchera. Yeah, I got that. I got that. What I heard is she's not taking her time with the next book. She's working on her other series for the next couple of years, then go back to it. Okay, okay. Well, I think that's fine. Maybe she needs a break from the Empyrean series. Um, Maybe I'm hoping that with her taking some time away from it, that she's gonna like feel a lot more renewed about it, and then maybe make the next book much better. I feel like I'm gonna get crucified for my dislike of Onyx Storm, but I have like I've asked a few people that I know have read it, and I also didn't like it. So it's not just me. No, nor it's 40% through Onyx Storm. I feel similar. I like Fort Wing. It was very fun, although not perfect. Struggle with Iron Flame and Onyx Storm was confusing in the beginning, but now I like it. I think I like Onyx Storm a little bit more than Iron Flame. I think my initial dislike of Onyx Storm was because I really didn't like Iron Flame, and that was kind of feeding off into it. But what I didn't like about Onyx Storm is how, like, I feel like it could have been much better with the descriptions of the different locations. Because if I remember correctly, they're going to different places in search of stuff. I want to be vague in case someone hasn't read Onyx Storm. And at the first stop that they went to, they were very descriptive. But as they went along, they kind of like just went in and out, kind of like just checking off a list. And I feel like I would have loved to be immersed in the different worlds or different locations. Like if you're expanding the world like that in a major way, I feel like you need to let your readers sink into it and not just like mention it offhand. Because that's what I felt when I was reading Onyx Storm. Yeah. Poem I currently read is also between here and there, but I haven't read since the weekend. Work as usual. Oh, work is always in the way. It's better than Iron Flame, but not as good as Fort Wing. But yeah, I don't know if I'm just like, you know how if it's a new book, like the first book of a series is always so exciting because you're meeting new people, you're learning about the magic system, they're introducing you to all of the things that are going on in the world, and then they're also set in a school much more than the other books. So I don't know, maybe like it has that first book in a series sort of advantage. But yeah, with I don't think I've yeah, I don't think any of the books will top the first book for me, in my opinion, unless the ending is like so good. I have a feeling, baka may second chances na lang din si girl sa guy, but I can't really tell. He's distracted, is uninvited from romance, baka thriller din to. Oh my gosh, okay. Go off, Beth O'Leary. Just adding all of the genres in there. But I'll check that out. I'll wait for your final thoughts on it. Um, Tita D is getting discouraged. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to discourage people from reading it. I think at the very least, read Fourth Wing. Because if you didn't like Fourth Wing, for sure you're not gonna like the other books. But if you loved Fourth Wing, then at least you read the book that you love. And then the second book, um, it's a pretty long one. So I guess you could start it and then DNF if you don't like it. But at least read Fourth Wing because I enjoyed that one. Oh wait, I finished Iron Flame. It was oops. Why won't it show? Okay, there you go. It was Onyx Storm and DNF. Yeah, yeah. Remember pushing through the weird pacing of Iron Flame. Okay, okay, I get it. Yeah, Onyx Storm. Honestly, could have been so much better. That's the thing that annoys me. Not that it was bad, but that I could see how it could have been better. Like Iron Flame was a bit of a confusing one, and it was a bit of a slow read and so many like plot holes and stuff. But I feel like Onyx Storm could have been really cool because we're visiting a lot of different places and discovering a lot of different cultures in that world. But uh, I'm not sure yet. I will let you know. Okay, good to know. The German translation one. Nor your books are just wait like German is just so long. Like whenever you tell me how much longer your German editions are, I feel like I could cry. Like I remember there was a book that we were reading and then yours was like 150 pages more and I'm like, why? Why are German words so long? I want to read it when the fourth book is out, so I won't have to wait too long between books, if ever. Well, apparently it might be a while before the fourth book is here, so you have time to like read other books in the meantime. Okay, now that was all the comments, and I wanna, because this is my 1K celebration, I wanna practice like a cocktail because I actually on Saturday I'm gonna have a D&D Dungeons and Dragons session with my friends, and I told them very confidently that I'm gonna bring Dark and Stormy. So Dark and Stormy is like a classic cocktail, but I actually have never made Dark and Stormy. I just like drinking it, and also I recently got dark rum, which is what you need for a dark and stormy. Technically, you need the Gosling dark rum, but I don't have that. I just have Jamaican dark rum. So I thought for today, in order to celebrate, I am gonna prepare a dark and stormy with. Well, I'm not gonna do it alcoholic. I'm gonna do it Canada Dry, just because I don't want to drink alcohol right now. I don't think this has alcohol, right? Canada Dry doesn't have alcohol, right? It doesn't say anything here. I don't think it has alcohol. Let me know if it does, but I don't care if it does, but I just don't think it doesn't. Yeah, I think this is just ginger ale and not ginger beer. I'm just gonna get a glass with some ice, and then we're gonna make a dark and stormy together. This is not a tutorial. I don't know how to make a dark and stormy. I just googled it, but it should be pretty simple. So I'm just gonna get a glass of ice. Can you still hear me? Because I have a mic clipped onto me. So hopefully you can still hear me. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna make ice. I'm just gonna get some ice. And I have been enjoying making cocktails. I don't know if you've seen it in any of my videos. I used to have a shelf that was filled with different liquors and spirits because I do enjoy making cocktails. And this one is something that I haven't made before. But yeah, I want to try it now so that when I go to my friends on the weekend, I know how to make a dark and stormy. My usual signature drink that I make is an amaretto sour, but that's too much work. Like you have to squeeze the lemon and whatnot. That's way too much work for today. So we're just gonna go with the dark and stormy. So it says there that you put ginger ale or ginger beer. I don't like the pining and urinating in Onyx Storm was too much. Like, okay, we get it. You cannot be closer. This is I'm so annoyed by the whole we can't be apart for more than X number of days. Like that's just such an excuse to get them together in the same room and for them to have sex and whatnot. Like I want something new. Like give me something new. Like why can't they like I don't know. It's just I think it's just so repetitive. That has been the thing since Fourth Wing. In Fourth Wing, it was fine. It was novel. But then that was the thing for Iron Flame. That was the whole thing for Onyx Storm as well. Like we can't be apart because I don't know the dragons and whatnot. I got sick of that so fast. No, in her bartender era. That's good. You should get a chocolate cocktail book of Anvil. Yeah, I did see that. I only have one cocktail book, and it's one that like talks about the classic cocktails. But yeah, okay. So the recipe says to put ginger beer, in my case, ginger ale. I'm gonna put it like 2/3 of the way of the glass. So yes, okay. Canada Dry is non-alcoholic, so I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not gonna be smashed for today's our reading sprint. So, yeah. Okay, Canada Dry. Did you hear that? That was such a nice sound. Beep. Okay. Definitely pour that wrong because it's so fizzy. You need to pour it on the side. Okay, we got our Canada Dry. That looks about like 2/3. And then I gotta put 260 on. I don't know what the bigger size of the jigger. I forget the measurement of that dark rum. I haven't opened this one, so I'm using Myers rum. This is Jamaican rum. Yeah, I think you need to use Goslings for it to be considered actual dark and stormy because I think dark and stormy is a trademark name and the Goslings like brand of dark rum is the one that made that recipe if I'm not mistaken. And also the recipe a lot of the recipes say you need to put like lime juice in it. I do have lime juice which is a cordial. I do have that in the fridge, but let's see. I'm gonna taste it first um without the lime juice because ginger ale is quite like it's quite tangy. Obviously, there's like ginger in it, so oh, that is rum. I love. It smells a little bit like it smells a little bit like the Sharpie. Like if you smell the tip of the Sharpie, like the marker, that's what it smells like. And it smells good. Okay, let's see. So it says this bigger side. This is like two. I forget the actual measurements of this one. Is it not written in here? Usually it's written, but it's not. Okay. Oh, that is dark rum. Oh, it smells good. Okay, let's see. That doesn't seem like enough. Should I add more? That feels very light. Hold on, let me get a stirrer. Okay, I don't have an actual stirrer, so I'm just gonna use a glass straw. That doesn't seem like enough. Like it seems very little. Um, now I want to drink. I have so much drink here. And you're gonna use the Bora. Oh, I wish I was at the beach as well. But okay, let's see. Let's see if this is too little or if I can add the if it's enough. Let's see. Hmm. Okay, that's pretty good. I do think I might need the lime. Let me get the lime cordial. This is now turning into a bartending stream. Okay. I got a lime cordial, lime juice. Not the most fresh, but I don't have actual limes in the fridge. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna add, they said just a splash, so just gonna eyeball it. That's a little bit more than a splash. Okay, let's see. The lime definitely helps. It makes it a lot better. But I do think I'm just gonna fill this because I don't want to leave a little bit of the Canada Dry. I'm just gonna fill this and add a bit more. How many? This is 40% alcohol. It's Thursday. It's fine. It's almost the weekend. Okay, I'm just gonna add the small size of the jigger. This one, this top part. That seems about right. The way I'm not use that measuring cup and just swing it. The thing is, with dark rum, the taste is pretty strong. So if you mess it up, you're gonna keep adding more of the Canada Dry and whatnot. But yeah, I think this is fine. I prefer drinking it from the glass than from a straw. Mm, okay, now we're talking. That's good. Okay, now I can say that I can make a dark and stormy for Saturday with my friends. That was my cocktail making intermission. I just wanted to celebrate the 1K with some kind of drink. This is I don't like a straw with this cocktail. Martha Stewart. Actually, reading to neighbors, Bonamin ata ni dyan kasi yung parts na nakakahilo. Yes. You probably need some sort of like Bonamin, maybe a little bit of an ice pack for your brain. What if Thirsty Thursday? Cheers to that. So if anyone is drinking, whether something like a cocktail or like coffee or tea or water, cheers to you. Sisig. I just finished. I recently went to Pampanga and bought some sisig from my partner's family business because theirs is honestly the best sisig I've ever tasted. But we ran out. We ran out like 3 days ago. Happy Thursday. That looks so tasty. It is. It is quite tasty if I do say so myself. The lime juice, surprisingly, this it makes sense. Like at first I was like, what does a splash of lime juice? What is that gonna do for the drink? But it actually like it elevated the taste for I don't know shit. I don't know drinks and whatnot. I'm just following recipes, so don't mind me. Enjoy. Thank you so much. They get dizzy from it. I don't normally. I have quite a high tolerance for alcohol, I think. The only thing that gets me dizzy is wine. Like if I drink even just a sip of wine, of red wine specifically, I would have a headache. So I don't like wine. White wine, usually I'm okay with, but I get dizzier faster. But red wine is like my kryptonite. Like if I drink that, even just like a gulp, like a sip even, I'm dead. Like I'm gonna have a headache, a bad hangover. But with beer and with um even with shots, I'm usually fine. I don't think that's something to be proud of, honestly, but I'm usually fine. Happy 1K, Tagay. Yes. Thank you so much, you guys. Cheers to you with my energy drink. Love it. Sisig. Okay. So guys, for context, in the Philippines we love karaoke. And these are some of the songs that we sing in karaoke when we're drinking. The way I wanted you to. Wow. Okay, you guys sing in the comments. Reading pa ba to or real? Guys, we need to read. Maybe this is not a good idea to drink. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm drinking alcohol and I'm reading a book about a family that is riddled with alcohol and opioid addiction. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea. Now that I'm thinking about it, the way I wanted you to. Enjoy your Saturday game with the successful cocktail. Yes, hopefully this is only my second D&D session, like in-person D&D session. So it's a lot of fun though because it's with my closest friends, so we don't really get shy or anything about like acting out or role playing the scenes. So it's a lot of fun and we just eat a lot. I think it's half eating, half playing the game. So we're ordering pizza. Last time we did some sausage starter, sausage with like pineapple on a stick. It's like someone prepared that. We got the drink we had last time was a mimosa. And it was cool. It was chill. It was just basically orange juice with white wine and orange juice or like champagne and orange juice. It's a lot of fun. It's mostly just us yapping and eating, not really playing. Jealous little one whose arms are around you. There's a D&D game workshop at Game of Five. It might bring David to learn it with his friends. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, the game, because it's like very free form. You can pretty much do whatever you want. The only thing is that you need to have like a decent DM or like dungeon master because he's the one sort of like steering the ship and sort of preparing like the plot and everything. But other than that, it's a really fun game. It does take a while to get used to because you need to not be super shy to like act things out. You don't really need to act things out, but to sometimes you're gonna have like conversation and you're role playing, so you need to be like in character, and sometimes that's awkward for a lot of people. But it's fun once you get over that like hump of being shy. But yeah, that is gonna be my activity for Saturday, and I'm so excited. In any case, I think we can start the next reading sprint while I'm drinking my dark and stormy. So I'm gonna put on the timer again for 45 minutes, and I will see you in a Hello, hello. Welcome back from the third sprint. How is everyone feeling? How was your reading? If you were reading with us. So I made it to page 80 of Demon Copperhead. I think I can definitely get to at least 100 in the next sprint, which is good because I need to read this book. And more like more and more sad things are happening. Not really a lot of sad things. It's more of just Demon is just detailing every single thing that is happening to him in his current situation now. He has been removed from his home due to some situations, and he's talking about his time as a foster. And it's not like it's told in a very kind of like deadpan humorous type of way, so it doesn't you like by the way that he's telling it, it doesn't sound as serious as it actually is. But then if you read the text and if you see like how much the system of like the foster system, the whole um rehab system for addicts and stuff, how much it's all messed up. There was a line here that really stuck me where so Demon is now, this is not really a spoiler, honestly. Demon is now in a foster home with three other foster kids. And the foster, what do you call her? Like the caseworker assigned to Demon basically was meeting with him, asking him, oh, how is your new foster place? How are your foster parents? And he basically said that he's fine, but his foster dad or like his foster parent can be quite mean to one of the other kids. That he has essentially, I'm not sure if it's punch or something like that. Like he has hurt the other kids, and Demon was the caseworker was saying, oh, I'm too I'm bad that I'm sad that that's happening, but I can't really do anything about it because those foster kids are actually in a different company, like they're handled by a different company. And so he says here that so fostering was done by companies, and we were product, rotating and merchandising foster boys at more than 50 customer accounts. Live and learn. So it's kind of like said in a very sarcastic way, but you can see like how messed up the system is, and it's just really sad that there's not a lot of support for people who are in Demon Copperhead's situation. So it's kind of it's kind I can see how intense this is gonna get. Intense not from like what's going to happen, but more of like it's a clear look at how messed up things are right now. And I don't know when this is set. I think this was the 80s or the late 80s or the early 90s. So it's not present day. But yeah, so sad. But anyway, I'm going to update my tracker. It is 80. Page 80. It's an easy read and the audiobook is helping a lot. Okay, how is everyone's reading sprint though? Let's see. Oh, Nor had to leave. Have fun with the rest of the sprints. Thank you, Nor. Thank you for dropping by. Pam is deciding to catch up on a manhwa, Tears on Withered Flower. Ooh, what does that look like? The last one that I've read, well, is a webtoon called Covenant. Tears on a Withered Flower. When you say manhwa, is that just like the Korean version of Japanese manga? Or is it similar, or is it always assumed that it's kind of like the webtoon format? I'm kind of curious. Oh, it is on webtoon. Oh, that art is pretty. All Hesu has is the ashes of their marriage and a mountain of debt. But her world shatters completely when Mincho cheats on her with a young coworker. Girl, what are you reading? Are you sure you should be reading? Is this just romance or is there like fantasy or something in it? The art is so pretty though. It's very like moody, which I like. Germs arrived at her workplace, 72% of the road trip by Beth O'Leary. Rapid traffic has 1 hour. Ooh, that is long. Ooh, okay, because of the guy's best friend. Oh, so is there like, wait, did they break up because the girl cheated on his boyfriend with his best friend, or like the guy is actually queer. I need to do more research on this book. Got a little work done, took care of my pups, and got to page 260 of my book. Very, very productive sprint for my. I'm getting sleepy. Girl, just go to sleep. It is 11:29 p.m. for us here in the Philippines. 50 pages left of Penitent, but I'm calling it a night. Still a court scene. Okay, lots of flashback though. That's unfortunate. I would have loved if there was more court scenes. But thank you for joining us, Mana. You should uh sleep now because it's pretty late. You might have work tomorrow or something like that. I'm just living on the edge right now. I did 40 pages. Nice one, Tita D. Very productive. Trabaho na naman, pabili ng libro. Productive pre-work routine for me. Congrats again. Thank you so much for joining us, Germs, during your pre-work morning routine. And hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully work is not too stressful. But yes, you need to work so you can buy books. That is the mantra. Manhwa or Korean comics. Yeah, I was just wondering if is it always like the vertical, like the infinite scroll, that format, or are there manhwa that's like just book style where you just flip it instead of the infinite scrolling format? I think there are specific genres though. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I think I've definitely seen romance manhwa. I've seen a lot of like fantasy manhwa. I think I've seen a thriller one, or more like historical fiction or like alternate universe type of manhwa. So there probably is a lot of genres in there as well. I'm just wondering if it's required for the format to be the infinite scrolling one. Like verdict on this, it's pretty good. And I like it. The ice has melted though, but this is pretty strong. Like the 40%, I'm feeling the 40% alcohol. So yeah, maybe putting three. I don't know what you. I need to research it. Like what? How many ounces are in one jigger? Okay, so that's ounces. So the short side of the jigger is an ounce. The longer side is 2 ounces. So I basically put 3 ounces of the rum on my drink, which I don't know how that's going to translate in terms of alcohol level, but I can feel it, which means it's pretty strong. It's fine. I'm okay. There are book formats. Okay. Good to know. Human Axe was too sad. Went back to work instead of with a side of cheese. Yeah, Human Axe will definitely get you down. I remember when I read it that I was just like too stunned to consume any other media. Like whenever I would try to watch something else, read something else, I would keep thinking of Human Acts and the things that happened there. That's why I went on like a research spree. I just tried to get to know as much as I can about what happened during that time because I felt like I had to know what's going on and what happened. And it was quite difficult to just ignore it or like set it aside after I've read it. It's definitely like a book that you need to read when you're in a better headspace. Obi switched to Morningstar by Pierce Brown because my evening brain can't handle anymore Nick Joaquin. Almost at the end of book 3, and it's my favorite in the series so far. Ooh, I need to read Red Rising. Um, I actually don't even know what it's about. Like I don't know. I know that it's kind of fantasy dystopian, right? But I don't know what the general premise is. Are you gonna be continuing on with the other books in that like series? I think there's like a that's the main trilogy, and then there are other. Not sure if there are also trilogies, but there are other books in the series. So, are you gonna be continuing on with those? The Bride of the Water God was my favorite man. Okay, let me check that out. The Bride of the Water God. The Bride of the Water God. Oh, it was like adapted to a TV series. Is that the same thing? It looks like it. Hold on, web or manual. Is it the Water God on Webtoons, or is that a different one? Oh, I think that's a different one. Here you go, Bride of the Water God. Oh, the art is reminding me of old school Japanese comics or Japanese manga. Like this art, it's reminding me of like old school Japanese manga. Like the pointed chins, they always have this intensely pointed chins and small heads. And then the hair is so wispy. That just took me back. Planetary sci-fi. Okay. Okay. Now I'm a little bit hesitant. I tend to not like books or stories set in space or even movies. I'm not a big fan of movies set in space. Like not that I hate them, but I'm just never interested in them. Like I'm the type of person when you ask like you know how you when you ask some people like if you had a chance would you go to space? And people would always say, "Of course, I'm so curious, blah blah blah." And I'm like, "Nope, nope, I'm staying here. I'm staying in this planet." I don't think it's for webtoons. Yeah, okay. So that was a different one. Yes, yes, I'll be reading the next trilogy. Oh, okay. Is this? Would you say that this is like a favorite trilogy, or like a favorite fantasy or slash sci-fi trilogy for you? Because I don't think I've really explored sci-fi all that much. I've read the Illuminate Files trilogy, and I actually enjoyed that, even though it was set in space, mostly because it was focused on them inside the ship, and there was like a lot of exciting things happening, and not a lot of like space talk, if you will. But I can't think of like a sci-fi that I really love, just because I haven't really explored that genre all that much. I used to read it translated in Japanese. Oh, okay, okay, that makes sense. It's a pretty old one then. It just reminded me a lot of Japanese manga with like the pointed chins and like the big eyes, like the small. It reminds me of Vampire Night, like that. Vampire Night, is that what it's called? The old Japanese manga? Yeah, that is what that is what this is reminding me of. I can't speak. The wispy hair, large eyes, pointed chin, small face. Then when I moved back to America, I found it in English too. Oh, that's nice. I loved Illuminate Files. I have 3 tattoos from that series. I was so curious about this series because I saw the hardcovers and they were so pretty. Like they had the clear, like the dust cover or dust jacket was the clear acetate type of paper where it's like kind of see through, and then the naked hardcover was a bunch of like this formulas and like it's kind of like found files type of thing, and I really love that. And then I found out that the inside of the book was a lot of like files, transcripts, um, like things pulled out from a server, or even just those different creative ways. So I really enjoyed that. It was a very unique reading experience, and I haven't found anything like that recently. And even though it was set in space, even though it was YA, I found the storyline to be quite compelling, and I was very invested with the characters. Like I really enjoyed that. And I don't know, like I maybe it's time for a reread. Well, I only finished it last year, so maybe not. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with that, and I just saw that the was it the Broken Binding or Illuminate? They're doing like special editions of the Illuminate files, but I think the hardcovers, like the original ones, they're still top tier. Like the design for those, like I think right now the thing with this is like a rant now, but the thing with special editions now, they're so focused on putting just art, like uh like an artwork on the cover, artwork on the naked, on the dust jacket, on the reverse of the dust jacket, on the naked cover, on the end papers. Like they're so obsessed with putting artworks, which is fine. I love it because it is like an expression of the book. But I miss the days when the design meant that you're just taking elements that are found in the book and artfully putting them as the cover or the naked hardcover, like being very not witty, but just more of like a designy approach than an art approach. Because I feel like art, I love it when it's highlighted in like a specific portion of the book. Maybe the cover is an artwork, or the end papers being an artwork is always a delight. But then if every single surface of the book is an artwork, it just doesn't feel as cohesive to me as like a more design approach. This is me because I'm a designer for my day job. So this is just me, like the things that I think about when I look at books as a designer. Like that's why I really love the Illuminate Files series, because they really thought about the style of the book, the contents of the book, and how can you translate that into a cover that is striking, that makes sense based on the context of the book, and still gives you a little bit more information about what the book is about. And I think they did that really well. I don't know. That's me. Okay, that is my rant on design. I am gonna start reading soon. I used to read Vampire Night at the same time. That was such a nostalgic manga. Actually, I watched it first as an anime and I was obsessed. Maybe that wasn't like the best anime to watch as a kid because of how things happened towards the end. Like, and the ending, the very questionable ending. Maybe that wasn't the best thing to watch as a kid, but I devoured that all the same. And then I read the manga after I watched the anime, and the manga is even more like crazy in terms of all the plot twists and everything. But that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. At some point, I thought it's gonna beat The Hunger Games. It's my favorite series of all time, but I hold my judgment until the end of book three. Wow, that is big praise. Like reading The Hunger Games. Is this adult fantasy? Let me just check actually. Red Rising. But I have heard like I know of a lot of people that this is their holy grail series. So this is dystopian science fiction. Okay, and it's adult. Ooh, okay. Oh, a lot of five-star reads. I like five-star ratings from people I follow on Storygraph. Maybe I should read this. Is it heavy on the space? Like if like I told you that I don't like space that much, am I gonna not like this because I don't like space? But there's just so many series that I want to read that I feel like I should just focus on the themes that I enjoy the most. What is my favorite series of all time, or like fantasy series? I really like the Greenbone Saga, like as evidenced by my profile picture everywhere. I really like that, but I haven't reread it, so maybe I don't know. I'm scared to reread it, but because I really love it, and I don't want to like change my mind about it. And sometimes when I reread something, I change my mind about it. But yeah, I think right now that is my favorite fantasy series. I don't think I've read anything yet that has topped that. Although I have yet to read Brandon Sanderson. I've read Mistborn, but I haven't finished like the first trilogy. So we'll see. We'll see. Yes, adult. Okay. I might check it out. Maybe I'll read like a chapter or two to get a feel for it, whether it's too spacey for me or not. But okay, I will stop yapping and start the next reading sprint because we want to get a lot of reading done in here. So let's see. I'll start. Hello, everyone. How was the fourth sprint for you? I made it to page 102. I also ate some food. I just realized that I haven't really had dinner yet. It's like 12:30 in the morning in the Philippines, but I had a very late lunch, so I forgot. Like I wasn't hungry until like 30 minutes ago. So I did eat some dinner. I had sinigang, which is a classic Filipino stew. I guess sour stew. I don't know what it's called. Sour soup. I don't know what to call it in English. But yeah, I had that. It was really nice. If I have any leaf in my braces, just ignore it. It's just a water spinach. But yeah, I had fun with that. With had fun with my food. I enjoyed my food. Is what I'm trying to say. So I made it to page 102 of Demon Copperhead, and now we're talking a little bit more about farm life, about tobacco is specifically, and damn, farming tobacco is such an intense, like backbreaking work. I did some YouTube searching of what that looks like because in this book they were describing like the stuff you have to do, like the topping, like removing the tops, and then the cutting, tobacco cutting, and like that you have to dry it somewhere. And I googled like a YouTube video of how that's actually done because I can't quite picture it in my head. And damn, that's like backbreaking work. And like they're talking about how farmers in the US, like their livelihood is the farm. So if something happens to the farm, they're screwed pretty much. There's no like safety nets and guarantees. So that's pretty rough. So yeah, that's kind of where I am at this book. I'm still enjoying it a lot. I'm still gonna read more. So I think I'm gonna at least do one more sprint. We'll see. If more people stay, then I'll keep doing sprints. I'm just really in a reading mood right now, and I want to capitalize on it. So how about you guys? How was your sprint? Let me just update my tracker. Let's see, 102. Not bad, not bad. Where is my streamer? There you go. Okay. So in Red Rising, they're in Mars. Heavy on War and Rebellion. Okay, I like war. I mean, I don't like war. I like war themes and rebellion themes in my books. I like politics in my books, so I might be interested in this one. I had to recall my solar system knowledge to follow the locations of the main character. Oh no, I would fail at this. I'm really just not a space person. Hi, Rylan. How are you? Congrats on 1K. I've got some appointments soon, but wanted to hop in and say, hey, thank you so much for hopping in. I hope your appointments go well. Thank you so much for dropping by. Oh, I'm gonna do the international giveaway spin. I might do it on Instagram because I don't think any of them are in the live right now, so it doesn't really make sense to do it in the live. But we'll see, we'll see. Maybe later I'll do it. But I do have it prepared, so maybe I'll just do it later. Hi, Mood Reader. Congrats on 1K subscribers. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you here. Hi, Z. Welcome to the sprints. Are you going to be reading with us? We just finished the fourth reading sprint. I'm going to be doing at least one more sprint because I'm in the reading mood and I'm really enjoying my book. So I'm going to be doing one more. So I hope you stick around for that. If you're going to be reading with us, let me know what you're going to be reading. Okay, I'm actually also filming a reading vlog, so I might update the vlog after like once we go into the fifth sprint. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with this one so far. Reading Black Leopard, Red Wolf. I have not heard of that. That is an epic name. Hold on. Black Leopard, Red Wolf. Okay, this is by Marlon James. It's a historical fantasy. It's queer and it's 620 pages. Okay, it's part of a trilogy, the Dark Star trilogy. Oh, oh, some people have read it in my Storygraph friends, and they've rated it 4 and 4.5 stars. That's pretty high. Let's see. In the stunning first novel in Marlon James's Dark Star trilogy, myth, fantasy, and history come together to explore what happens when a mercenary is hired to find a missing child. Okay. Is this It seems like it's set in like present day, kind of like urban fantasy. Is it? Okay, it has African history and mythology. Oh, okay. I'm curious about this. I'm gonna add it to my TBR. And it's also historical, which I love. Let's see what Storygraph says about whether I would like it or not. I'm just looking at Storygraph right now. um, but how are you liking it? How are you enjoying this book? And how far along are you with this one? Paula says, I didn't realize how fast I was reading Human Acts. Pero grabe, I'm in the scene where it's about, okay, sorry for describing life in prison. Yeah. I don't think this is spoilers. Like, I think everyone knows that this happens in the book or it's to be expected, which is unfortunate. And I hope I don't know if you're sleeping soon, but Acts had me in such a, like a chokehold in a bad way because of how sad it was. But it's very an important story to tell. And I love how it was written in this book. You're kind of like following different. Oh, there was a scene that I remember very vividly. I think it was the second story. Like, I'm not sure if each story is like a chapter. I don't quite remember, but it's the second, I think it's the second story where the point of view is the is that a spoiler? Essentially, the point of view is the person that has been piled up in, like, they've been shot and he's one of the bodies in there. Like, do you know what I was talking about? But that scene like broke me. Like, I think I teared up. Yeah, I think I teared up with that scene, and that like was seared into my brain when I first read it. Finished until chapter 55, over 65 of Morning Star. This took a darker turn than I expected. Um, Reminded me of Arf Kong's killing spree. What the hell? Oh no! Oh no! So is Red Rising the type of trilogy where characters don't have plot armor? Because in RF Kong books, it feels like, I mean, yeah, it feels like characters do not have plot armor at all. Oh my gosh, okay. Well, seems like you're enjoying it. I'm actually rereading. I really enjoy it, but it seems to be an acquired taste. It is not set in present day. Okay, okay. I'm gonna look more into this book because I am intrigued by the blurb that I read in Storygraph. On page 227 right now. Okay. You're oh, that was the timer, sorry. You're far along, and I'm glad, like you mentioned, it's a reread, so it must be a good book. So that is good to know. Oh, visceral, the human acts. Yes, it's so visceral. Oh my gosh, it is. Like it's actually it's not. Huh. Like when I read it, I wouldn't say it was gory, but you can clearly imagine what's happening. Like I don't remember it having maybe because when I say gory, I usually think that the descriptions of the gory stuff are made to entertain. But with this one, it was just there because it's the fact. It was there because it needed to be there. It's part of the story. So it's very visual, it's very visceral, but I don't think it's gory. I mean, that's just my definition of gory in books. Usually with horror books and stuff, the gore is a character on its own. That's why I don't like when I read books like this where there's a lot of like very visceral visual stuff going on, like I don't call it gory. Like I don't find it gory. Does that make sense? Is alcohol getting to me? I finished my book, 154 pages lang siya. I loved it. Anticipating future volumes. Oh, that's nice. Are you gonna be reading some more? Or are you gonna be calling it a night? It's pretty late for us here. Sobra, Tita D. I'm kind of regretting this tonight. Human acts. It's just so intense. And also you're at like the beach and then you're reading about the human acts. It's like the most opposite type of read. Like when you're at the beach, you think about, I don't know, romance books, like maybe even lit fic or like light-hearted type of books, and then you're there reading freaking human acts. Yes, yes. Hi, Pooh. Congratulations. Oh, congratulations. No, thank you for the congratulations. I'm still reading, but might read myself to sleep for the next sprint. Thank you, Pam, for a productive reading night. Thank you for joining me, Obi. And hopefully we see you in the next reading sprint with Pam Shenanigans. That's going to be on Sunday, I think. We'll announce it. But thank you for joining me today. Always love having you here. Yes, I got you. This is so scary because you know it really happened. Yes. The vibe is not vibing. You did that to yourself, girl. You did that to yourself. Who told you to bring human acts to the beach? Okay, so that was our timer. I was trying to read C. Okay, so you're also in a reading mood. Love it. I need to read C. I think I'm gonna read that tomorrow just to break apart this book. Or yeah, just to break up this book because this is a chunker. Like I'm glad that I'm reading it now because I'm 102 pages in and this is like 548. So I think I'm gonna read that tomorrow just to give me a break from Demon Copperhead because I feel like I'm heading to a very like similar to Human Acts. I'm heading to a very like intense part of the life of Demon Copperhead because like things are rough. Like he has not had a break. Annotating both, that's why it's difficult when asleep. Okay, that makes sense. In bed, yeah. Annotating would be difficult if you're asleep, for sure. Would schedule that too in my TBR soon. I would love to know your thoughts on this because so far I'm really loving it. Loving it, not because the story is, you know, fun and games, but I really like the writing style. It's the humor in it. There's a part here that I tab where yeah, where they're talking about tobacco and they're talking about how difficult tobacco farming is. And then there's a part where you have to carry all of the speared tobacco leaves and apparently each like bundle weighs about like 40 pounds and then you have to lift or like carry hundreds of them in a day. And then it says here one loaded stick of plants weighs 30 or 40 pounds and you lift hundreds of them before a day is done. You do the math because I've already done the job. What it adds up to is everything hurts. Like it's funny, but you like he's serious about it. Like the stuff that he's talking about is really messed up, but it's spoken of in a very like deadpan, funny way. And I like that. I like that kind of writing style. But okay, that is the end of the chatty period. We're gonna go into our next reading spread. This is the fifth one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 45 minutes. I hope to see you all by the end of it. Happy Hello. How was that fifth reading sprint? I made it to page 132 of Demon Copperhead. So let me just update my tracker. 130. I read 30 pages. Not bad. Not bad. How was your reading sprint? So far, it's just more of the same. Like, I feel like I'm a broken record with this book because really the writing style is just you're just following Demon Copperhead's life, like every single thing that's happening to him, and I'm loving it. I have been tabbing it a little bit. The last one that I tabbed was a very sad part where he's talking about how he feels like nobody wants him because he's been like being passed around with different guardians, different foster homes and stuff. So it's not the happiest book in the world. But I'm really having fun. Like the writing style is right up my alley, and I think this is just the kind of book where I'm so heavily invested with the characters that I just love them so much. That is my 132 page update on Demon Copperhead. How about you? How is your reading? We got Cinema Bravo here. Wow. Hello. Mood Reader made it to 39% of my book. What are you reading again? Did you mention? Let me just. I'm not sure if you mentioned what you were reading. I did you? Well, let me know. Let me know what you were reading. And sorry if I forgot about it. Oh, Tita D still here. Read 38 pages of Sea by Bob Ong. It's very melancholic but heartwarming. Now 98 over 184. Oh, you're pretty much, yeah, you're more than halfway there. I need to start reading that. The live or the discussion for that is on Saturday, right? I need to get my eyeballs on those words. Oh, Paula is here and on 145 of 224 of Human Acts. I just realized that it's good I got this here. Tomorrow I won't touch this. It's just there at the beach. Yes, please. Enjoy your time at the beach and do not read Human Acts because that is depressing. But I'm glad that you're like enjoying it in the sense that you're finding it like a worthwhile read. Discussion is on Saturday. I know I'm so late on all of my book club stuff. I still have to write down my thoughts for all the lonely people. Like I've written down some of them, but I'm still like going through my tabs on the book and see like what my full thoughts are. It's kind of hard to write about like answer a discussion in a book when you didn't, like when you read the book a year ago. And I also like I have a review for All the Lonely People, but it's not like a like I wasn't trying to like dissect the book or anything. It's just like general thoughts and feelings. It wasn't much help. But I did actually film a reading vlog while I was reading All the Lonely People. So maybe I'll watch that and see what my thoughts were in the moment. What other book did you bring? White Knight? Girl, are you okay? Why did you bring those two books to the beach? Those are like the most non-beach vibe books. Tabs will help on writing reviews. Yes, they do. They do. I have tabs on All the Lonely People. I didn't annotate it at all, but I think I can kind of remember why I tab because I try to tab it where the passage that I want to save is. So I do know why I'm tabbing them, but it just takes a while for me to remember like the full story because I'm tabbing them in the middle of the story. I'm like, what happened in this like story again? Yes, I love reading blogs and raw reactions. Waiting for a share get the GC. I will probably share like a couple of my answers, like maybe the first three questions. I think I can share them tomorrow because I did. Oh, I just like something just flew out of my mouth. Sorry about that. What area are you on? Oh my god. But keen to read White Nights too. Yeah, I did also get that. And it's such a small book and it's so cute. But I heard that it's intense. Like the emotions are intense in that book. I just realized, blah, blah, blah. I just realized I received an arc from Kyra, a rom com. Yes, yes, please. A rom com is the way to go when you're at the beach, not all of those depressing stuff that you brought. Um, I'm hesitating to read the third book, like the arc that we got from Kyra Isabel, Between Love and War, I think is the title, because I do have the first two books and I haven't read them. And I know that they're interconnected standalones. And obviously, with it being the romance, like you know that the couple is going to end up together in the end. So that's not like a spoiler. But my brain just wants to read the first book first and not jump to the third book already. So I think I'm going to have to read the first two books before jumping onto the arc. And I think the deadline for leaving a review is like not until October, so it's fine. I have time, she says. There's an audiobook of White Knights at Everett and my tandem read. Ooh, okay. White Knights isn't like a super long, if I remember correctly. It's like very thin, right? Best read in order, yes. That is usually that's what I like to do. Because I just get, even though there's no like real spoilers, I just like my brain just feels a lot better when I read stuff in order. Yes, I understand the struggle. So yeah, I have a lot of books that I need to read. I was counting, like I was filming, well, not yet, but I have a plan to film me counting how many unread books I have on my shelves, and I tried to like preempt myself and check it out, but then I gave up because I counted too many. So I don't know the final number yet, but maybe you'll see that on my shelf, like how many I have unread. But I just actually really love the feeling of having a shelf with books I haven't read because it feels like I have so many options. But then I never read them and I like keep borrowing stuff from the library when I could just read the stuff that I have. But then I like it because I feel like, oh, I'm shopping in my own shelves. Yes, the mass market copy has two short stories. Oh, okay, like together with White Knights or other stories as well. I'm not going down that road. My book babies are all important to me, neglected as they may be. I just like knowing like statistics and stuff. So I don't mind knowing how many books I haven't read. But that also doesn't like stop me from like that doesn't make me feel bad having X amount of books that I haven't read. Because like I said, I like the feeling of shopping in my own library. The things we tell ourselves. Oh my gosh. Are you two gonna be reading some more? I'm actually still in the mood to read. I don't know what's going on. I might do some cleaning up though in the next sprint and then read. I just need to put away stuff because I still have the bowl from where I ate my dinner and I still have the empty glass of the dark and stormy. So I do want to clean those up before I start reading again. But I do feel like I'm gonna still read again because I'm really in the mood. If I'm gonna be reading this anyway, I might as well just read with all of you. So I might go for another sprint. Oh, am I crazy? It's 1:30 in the morning, but whatever. Love that feeling too. Browsing my library, which is why I still haven't gotten. Oh, I didn't know that you didn't have an e-reader. I just love the convenience of e-reader, and I use it for borrowing books from the library. And I hate reading off of my phone; like it hurts my brain. So I prefer like an e-reader for that. And usually, well, when I started this whole Bookstagram, BookTube thing, I actually didn't have a lot of physical books. Like I have less than 10 maybe. And then I said to myself, I was gonna borrow the books from the library. I'm gonna read it, and then if I like the book, I'm gonna buy the physical. I did that for the first like I don't know 6 months or so, and then I forgot about that, and I just started buying books. Fancy name. Sees a quick read because of short chapters and lots of black spaces. Might read a few more. Okay, okay, okay. Might be reading to sleep, so if I don't chat later, it means I'm already sleeping. That's fine. Okay, so let's do another sprint. That is what I'm hearing, which I'm happy about. Nice to have access to the library, especially if they have new titles. Yeah, I've been like, it's nice that I could like put myself in the line. What do you call that? Like, um, go on hold. Like put a book on hold. Yeah, it's nice that I can put myself like a book on hold even though it's not released yet. So sometimes when the new book gets released, I get notified like 2 days after that the library book is ready for me to borrow. I'm like, ooh, cool. Like, it's really nice, especially if it's a type of genre that I don't normally like physical copies of. Like thrillers, I don't normally get physical copies of because I only read them once and then I'm done with them. And then some romances, I also prefer just digital copies. So it's nice for those. But yeah, I am gonna put on another sprint. I'll probably do some cleaning up first, and then I'm gonna be reading again after that. If your guys are not there after the sprint, it's fine. But I'm just in a mood. I'm in a mood to read, so we're gonna keep on reading. So yeah, happy reading, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you later. Hello. How was that sprint? What number of sprint was that? Sixth, I think. I think that's a sixth sprint. How was that for you? I did some chores, washed some dishes, put some food in the fridge for tomorrow. So I didn't read the entire time. But I got to page 156 of Demon Copperhead. So let me update my tracker. Oops. Yeah, I got to page 156. It's I feel like I'm a broken record, so I don't think I'm gonna keep on updating it because it's much of the same. Like it's much of the same. We're just going through his life, and I'm loving it. I'm still loving it. I don't know yet. Like I'm getting good for stars and above feel from this, and at the moment, it hasn't hit me as much as the Heart's Invisible Furies has at this point in time, but there's so much more. Like this is where I am right now. Yeah, that is where I am. So like a fourth of the book, like one fourth. Yeah, one a little under one fourth of the book, I think. But I'm enjoying it. How about you guys? Just look through the comments. No, here you go. Tita D might fall asleep. That's fine. Thank you so much for staying up with me. It's 2:25 in the morning for us, so that's understandable. Hello, hi Bella. Welcome to Sprints. Is this the first time? I think this is the first time I'm seeing you in a sprint of mine. So welcome. Are you gonna be reading with us? Or are you doing something else? Usually the sprints is also like if you're doing chores or if you're doing something productive like work or something. But if you're going to be reading with us, let us know in the chat what you're reading and how far along are you. Tita D did another page, 20 pages of C and now sleeping. So happy got to read a lot during the sprints. Good night, everyone. Thank you so much, Tita D, for joining us. I'm not sure, I don't think you're here anymore, but thank you for joining us. It's super late, so I hope you get a good night's sleep. And hopefully tomorrow you're not too sleepy. Hi, Grace. Welcome to the sprints. Thank you so much for your congratulations. Reading Rocky Road by Becky Wade. Rocky Road. Let me search that. Is that a thriller? Sounds like a thriller. Becky Wade. Wait. Oops. Oh no, it's a romance? Oh, contemporary romance. Not me thinking it's a thriller. Oh, but there's an FBI agent, so maybe I'm not too far off. Okay, an FBI agent, and then you get like a creative, bold, and feisty Gemma. Ooh, oh, so they're working together. Oh, he's the latest assignment. Interesting. He has to pose as a boyfriend, so it's kind of like fake dating, but for work. How are you liking it? You're almost halfway in. Are you enjoying the book? Oh, actually, you just updated. You're 43% in. Are you enjoying it? I don't think I've ever read anything from this author. Yeah, Becky Walsh. Oh, it's the second book of I'm assuming an interconnected standalone series. Yeah, I've never read anything from this author. Wow, this author wrote so many books already. Mood reader is 46%. You guys are making really good progress into your sprints. Now I'm debating if I should keep reading or if I should call it a night. I'm not too tired, honestly. I'm not too sleepy yet. I did wake up late today. And I am still in the mood to read. Like if even if we're not doing sprints, I feel like I would still continue reading. So I'm not sure. Should I keep on sprinting or maybe call it a night? Hmm. Let's see. Uh I think I'm gonna do one last sprint, but I'm gonna make it a 30-minute sprint just to close things off. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do because I am tomorrow I do have to do some more chores and I also have work, but that's fine. I don't have meetings and stuff. Oh yeah, I also need to okay, you know what? I am going to do the the giveaway roulette now for the international giveaway that I did. So I'm gonna share this. And okay, do you see it? Okay, so these are the entries for the giveaway that I'm doing for reaching 1,000 subscribers. So these are the entries for the people that are not from the Philippines. So the price for this is $15 USD GC from Amazon or a bookstore of their choice, as long as I can buy it, online, because it's gonna be pretty difficult for me to buy it in person. So I'm just gonna film it with my phone as well because I need to share this on like Instagram stories or something. So I'm gonna just do this real quick. Okay. Okay, let's shuffle. There's actually 5 entries, but 2 of them didn't fully follow the instructions, and I wanted to include them, but then, I have to be fair and just include the ones that followed all of the instructions, like following both Instagram and YouTube. So yeah, so there's only 3 valid entries for this specific giveaway. So yeah, let's shuffle and let's. Ooh, okay, Red Entropy won the giveaway. So let me just screenshot this real quick. I don't think they're in the chat, so I'm gonna message them on Instagram to let them know that they won. Okay, so that's all of the 1K. Oops, what did I do? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, hold on. I accidentally exited. Let me share that again. Yeah, so yeah, I am gonna be messaging them on Instagram to do that. Yeah, I know. I did see that, and I'm so sorry. Like I felt bad about it when I was doing it, but because I put it in the rules, I wanted to be fair to everyone who joined. But in the future, I will make sure to think about like, what if you're not on Instagram? What if you're not on YouTube? I will consider that, and maybe I would just separate the giveaways into like per platform or something like that, because I do understand that it's like, what if you're not on both on all the platforms? But yeah, I hemmed and haw. I went back and forth about this one, but yeah, because I did say in the rules, so I wanted to just be fair to everyone. But maybe next time, maybe 2K. Not me thinking about 2K when I'm on my 1K celebration sprints. But yes, I will message Red Entropy on Instagram, and thank you so much for joining that. So I am now all set up to do the final sprint, which is going to be for 30 minutes. That is going to be the last sprint for today. And I'm probably going to be sprinting a lot more frequently in the next couple of weeks. So this is like, we're going to see a lot more of each other. So let me just update the clock on this one and make it into, how do I change this again? Oh yeah, I have to unlock it and change it to 30 minutes. Yep. Okay, so let's do 30 minutes. I'll see you in half an hour. I hope we can get a lot of reading done for our final sprint, and I'll see you then. Happy reading, everyone. how was the final reading sprint for you? That felt pretty short. I mean, it was a lot shorter than the other sprints, but it still went by so fast. I made it to page 174. So all in all, I read 174 for like since we started the sprints, which is pretty good progress. Let me actually check on Stargraph, like how many percent that is. Hold on. So 174, that is 32% of Demon Copperhead. So really enjoying it. I'm definitely not going to be reading anymore today because it's pretty late. But I think tomorrow I'm going to take a break from this and read C by Bob Ong just because I need to read that by Saturday. And then I'll continue this over the weekend. So yeah, I hope everybody had a good reading day. Oh, hi, Jean. Sali lang walang lunch break. I didn't know that you lived in a different time zone. Hopefully, you're having a good lunch break. Grace got 48% into Rocky Road. Congrats again, and thank you for the sprints. Thank you for joining me. And you got into like almost halfway to your book, so pretty good. So yeah, that is it for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me as I celebrated 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. I will be working hard on editing the videos so that I could actually post them because I just keep filming but I don't edit. So that has got to change. So hopefully I have a new video on Sunday. But yeah, thank you for joining me and I'll see you in the next sprints. Bye everyone. Bye. Good